Morning, attention, hello. How you guys doing? Oh, I'm a little bigger than you. Still a little too big. There we go. Thanks. Hey, yeah, that looks better. Sorry, I'm tired. Next setup, are you struggling? And suppose opposing you are down myself. You guys had a better sleep than I did. Oh yeah. I'm gonna wake up, I swear. Eventually. Not because I'm drinking coffee, that doesn't do shit, but just eventually. Must be nice to wake up from drinking coffee. What? You have to. Scared. And I found an ant on my desk yesterday, and since then my body keeps telling me there's something crawling on me since yesterday. It sucks. I hate it. Like, how am I supposed to tell when something actually is crawling on me if I feel like something is crawling on me all the time? It's only driving me mildly insane. Don't just walk away. Tell me what you want. Morning, dear. Morning, dear. How you doing? Stop. Go away. Get busy. Have a nap. I don't care what. Ah! To you too, dear. That's what my cat was just doing, too. You've been waking me up, like, earlier for no fucking reason. Which, that with the fact that I've been struggling to sleep yesterday, not a good mix. I just want to sleep, man. I just want to sleep. Sorry I didn't say hi yesterday. I was at work doing this, but I was the vote for it. Oh, you don't need to be sorry about that. I know work is busy. Don't worry about it. Sorry that Art didn't end up being a winner for you. Maybe next time, huh? Then again, I feel like the best art I do is usually the one where I go completely silent and unbothered. which is not usually an stream. It was a hot attic install yesterday? No! I went in my attic, I want to say last week. Horrid! I got overheated just like walking in there for a few minutes. I can't imagine a fucking install in there on top of that. That would be horrible. It's a shame too, because that attic, if it was like not so pricey to like ventilate it and stuff, would make such a nice room with the little window corner and shit. It could be beautiful, but that is not financially wise. Had to be over 130 degrees up there. Ew, ew, ew. I imagine you mean Fahrenheit though. Just 5 minutes ago, she was sleeping soundly on the bed, minding her own business. I pet her and give her a little kiss on the fucking forehead, go make myself a coffee, and here she is now, screaming like fucking Tasmania devil. I actually drank water? Wow! What's that like? Did you feel refreshed? Were you suddenly healthy? People seem to think it does wonder for the health. It was worse than the attic? Ugh. Oh no. The one that sends so many hippo gifts. You'd think you would like water more. Or at least mud. Deco! That is a cursed set of emote combo. Why does he have legs? I love and hate it, thank you. Oh my god. How you doing, Deco? Or should I say, Deco! Good, I heard water. Yeah, GR drank some water. Hated it. Were you summoned by water? I didn't know you and water had a thing. I should have some. All I've had is coffee. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, there's water and coffee. I say as I'm gonna sip more coffee. Have to get back to work. Good luck at work, GR. Hopefully no more AC in the attic. I'm a little dehydrated. Taco, if you're a little dehydrated, I've never been hydrated in my life. You're okay. I'm sure you're okay. I drank at least 2 liters of water yesterday and I was still dehydrated. Jesus Christ. Go back inside. Say you're not feeling well. Fuck. 2 liters. That's a lot. That's probably the total amount of water I've drank in my life. No, probably not. I was forced to drink a lot of water as a kid. Tasted awful. Happy Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday? Say no more. Come here, Taco. Delicious. I had to do it at least once, Taco. Come on. You okay? It's just your soul. It's $2 taco at Taco Bell. I wish I had a Taco Bell. Some tacos would be dope right now. I haven't had tacos, soft or hard shell, in like at least 2 years. Hi, Rimuru! Also, taco is such an easy way to slip in some veggies while still enjoying the meal, you know? You have like a few leaf, not shredded lettuce, just a few leaf of lettuce. And then the ground meat. And then the fucking cheese. Because, of course, you're gonna have cheese. You're possibly a sociopath if you don't have cheese in your tacos. And then you could turn it into a burrito and have some rice if you want, or have some diced tomato cubes, some salsa, some... You can shove so much stuff in a taco. And it's almost always good. Just like pizza, I'd say it's one of those meals that if you say you don't like them, it's probably just because you haven't had garniture you like on it. Because you can make so many different types that it's kind of weird to dislike it. Being neutral about it, that's fine. But hating it, that's weirder. Unless it's about the texture, then I kind of get it. Another thing I haven't had apart from tacos is quesadillas. I really like cheese quesadillas. And also the frozen beef quesadilla. You know the one in the frozen aisle that they sell in packs? I really like the beef one. But it's kind of expensive. So I'm not taking them. But I would eat that in a heartbeat. I'm hungry now. Hi, hungry. I'm Dazela. I know. I'm always talking about food or the fact that I'm tired. I can't help it. I'm boring, really. Oh. Almost forgot. Here you go, Deco. Have some cookies. Enjoy. A jingle, jingle, jingle. A jingle, jingle, jingle. There you go. The morning ritual has been started. Coming out of the woodwork to get some cookies, I see. Hi, Phonix. Hi, Jesus. I think I need to close my internet page. I see my PC is struggling. A little bit. We haven't even started playing, so... Close the pro page it is. How's everyone? Well, since the end I told you I found on my desk that my mom powdered in sugar and baking soda, I've been feeling like something is crawling on me. Periodically, and it's driving me insane. That sketch is too adorable. I'm so annoyed and inspired to make the most adorable little sketch. And yeah, it's just a little quick something. I'm glad you like it, though. Hi, Alien. I don't know, I just had the idea of a pigeon flipping the middle finger up. Even though you have technically no middle finger, it's kind of funny. I should practice doing birds more because I have no idea how to do the anatomy right though. Did you know whenever I see a pigeon, what's the word? Pigeon pins. Yeah. Every time I see pigeon pins on Etsy with like a little bread head, I always think about you. I'm just like, hey, that's phonics. I kind of just want to put a bread on you. Whenever I press seeds or something, just like picturing me throwing seeds at you also. I'm rude like that. Although I gotta say, I don't know who made your human version, but it looks amazing. It looks like straight up like it could have been made by the same artist who made Stardew. Except that you're way too old to belong in Stardew. I've seen their character design. One day I'll get better at making humans. Maybe. Maybe not. I like little creatures better. I've been looking for streamers that have non-humanoid avatars. And that's been a struggle. To be fair, I'm also not looking for necessarily a furry streamer. I'm just looking for little creatures. You know, something original. The closest I found to that was a mimic chest. It just had eyeballs inside the open chest. I don't know, there's just already so many humanoid streamers. I would like little creatures more. I want more creatures. I want more creatures. It can be a cat, a shark, a fucking ogre, anything. Anything that's not humanoid, for God's sake. Jesus, that is very smooth. How are you? Let's just say itchy. I don't feel like repeating myself anymore. Let's just say itchy. Have some cookies. Distraction! Sorry, it's not you. It's me. But yeah, we're gonna play Sulfur later until I get to the witch. Hopefully, I don't think it'll be today, but maybe Thursday. And if I finish the story, I was thinking of making another poll for you guys to see what we do next. I do have a couple of not a lot, but like a few games lined up still that I think my computer could handle. And you know what? I did find out how to get to a Leviathan in Subnautica 2. You just have to go out of bounds, past the orange wall. Last time when I tried to die during the stream, you know, before I decided that it wasn't working out, I should have went past the wall, and that was my bad. You guys would have seen a Leviathan then. Or maybe not, since it was kind of frozen, but, you know. Oh yeah, I got a little spooked, but I was also playing at the edge of the wall just to try to bait it so I could see it. Because I knew from the music that it was there. And then when I did see it, because it kind of just creeped up on me. I went, whoa! I'm debating if I want to do it again to fully see it, or and possibly let myself die, or not. I don't like being chased. I don't get why, like, I get that it's a no building, but, like, why say it's for preview and then just send a fucking Leviathan to chase me down? That's not previewing. Just say out of bounds. Then again, I did wonder why I didn't make it like more like the Ghost Leviathan at first when I was lying in the wall. But then I went past the wall and was like, I wonder what's there to preview. And then I heard the music and I was like, ah, I see. Kind of a shame that the game doesn't want you to fight the fish at all, though. Like, the best you can do is just boot their snoot. It's like, no, let me alone. That's right. Like, I get it, but at the same time, bruh. You're making us kill tiny jellyfish by the dozens to drink water bottles. But you don't want us to do more than boot the snoot of the other fish? That's crazy. The game can't be continued anymore besides gathering resources. I mean, you could try playing multiplayer. That could give more content to, if you start a new one with someone, that could give more content to the game in the meantime. See what kind of base you make. I just started the fire section, and oh god, it is unfriendly over there, Jesus. Like, just minding my own business. I thought there was no fish, and then I get, like, fucking comboed by 3 different fish attacking me at once. One of them drags me around, then another one drags me around, and then another one looks like it's the, like, hypnofish is chasing me around after that. Like, can I get a minute? What the fuck? Not friendly. Not friendly. I really badly wish I could stream it, though. That would have been nice. That would have been such a nice stream! Ah! My computer's too old for this, though. Even if it didn't have issues. At one point, I'll Google what the basic minimum parts are so I can stream that and compare it to what I have and see what I can afford to upgrade, I guess. Maybe. I'll probably gonna have to be one piece at a time or something. Maybe put the more expensive one in front. That does mean I'll have to install it myself, though. Which, that's scary. But still cheaper than buying a whole new PC. I take it you got a faster subs? The what now? The boat thing you drive underwater? Yeah, I got the toadful. My dumbass took the first ride and I was like, oh, this doesn't look so fast. Maybe I can just continue driving by swim instead. And this can just be my little extra air tank for convenience sake. But then I did the entire part of the map before the heat hazard part. In like a minute, I was like, oh, actually, I'm stupid. So yeah, I do have it. And now I'm experimenting with having a second floor to my base, and debating if I want to keep my base where it is. Because I just found a village for I think it's fish people. I'm just gonna call it that. Not gonna give too many details. You like my model? Thank you. I think it's good for the just chatting part because the screen isn't super busy, so my character is allowed to be a little more crazy. And then when it's the game, I go back to my usual look because since it's busier, I don't want to overwhelm the screen with my avatar. And I think it ties in the just chatting part with the normal part well, since the skull is still here. There's so many games coming out, I'm gonna be overwhelmed with everything. Here's my secret. I never know what's coming out, and therefore I can't be overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Can't be overwhelmed if I can't buy shit anyway! Also, it comes in as a nice surprise when I do find out something's coming out. Thanks to someone else playing it or telling me. I go, ah, cool, cool, cool. Like, someone gifted me Path of Exile 2, and I'm not even gonna try to stream that because I know for a fact, that my PC can't handle it. Very excited for one releasing in October. Say goodbye to your extra money, wallet money. You're gonna be buying all the games. You know, if I ever manage to save enough to get a better PC part, I think I might add Cyberpunk to the list of games I play on stream. I think that could be fun. I've never finished a game. I do know some of the endings, though. I don't know. Sometimes I like to spoil myself, I guess. But only because I decide to. I think that's a bit difference between someone spoiling me and me spoiling myself. It's I decided it. Sorry, I'm looking for my cat. 1 sec. Oh, okay. She's napping. She finally calmed down. Victory! Yay! Sure, if you want to mention it, go ahead. Like, you're not spoiling a game secret or anything, you're just saying a game that's coming out. All I'm saying is I'm not gonna look for anything coming out. People can tell me, but I'm not gonna look for it. I don't want to drool about games I can afford to play. What is it? What is it that you're excited for? Tell us. Tell us your secrets. Also, what? Because I could. Alright, so 11:29. I think I'm gonna start dipping you guys. Take your time and type it, Jesus. I'm gonna be. No. Deal. Toy Story Roundup include 1, 2, 3, Toy Story Racer, Buzz Lightyear, just because they added a Bug Life in a bundle. I'm so excited to see Toy Story 2 on modern platform. I was stuck on PS1 and N64 since the late 90s. My nostalgia is going insane. Okay. Okay. You know, I've never watched past the second Toy Story. I did hear they were making a new movie, but personally, I'm good. I know a little bit about the third one, and I think that wrapped up the story pretty well. I don't think we need to have more of those. I did hear about the Toy Story games though, a little bit before. When was it? Was it yesterday? Or was it last week? Well, it was one of these. I can't remember. Memory was never my strong suit. On that hand, though, you guys have a dip. Just another jingle jingle. 9th of October can hurry up and just get there. Well, I mean, I'm thinking the same, but for different reasons. I love October. Alright. Let's get rid of the staff. Get me in a cup. You're a little late, GR, but sure. I've just stayed in a cup for you. There you go. Happy now? You got your dip. Congratulations. And here's the last round of cookie to keep you well behaving, hopefully. Thanks, like, no problem. Alright. We're gonna try with the game's music since I'm doing possibly multiple different biomes today. Let's hope that the music's different enough to matter. Let's put puppet string right here so it's not in my way so much. Alright. If you guys can't hear well enough or don't see something well enough, let me know. Cheats were previously known as gameplay modifier and include options such as unlimited ammo, invulnerability, and disabled durability. Enable a cheat will disable achievement. This choice cannot be changed later. Why are you asking me now? No? Yeah? Why not ask me when I started the game file? That's crazy. Okay, trying to remember the damn buttons. Holy shit, that's a lot of stuff. Currywurst? Yeah, I don't know how to make that. Potato. Water. Arid. Kidney stone. I guess can kinda count as meat. Okay. I'll probably sell that flicker if I'm honest. Oh, wait. Forgot the holy water. And the sound. Fuck! It's fine. Salt is a spice. And... oh. And another kidney stone. Because of course. Okay. That should be good. Hopefully. Who wanted the pages? Hey! Who said you could pet me this much? No! No, hands off! Hands off! You stop it! Hey, Diddy! How you doing? Wait. Does it not tell me who wants what anymore? Why not? What the fuck? That's food, that doesn't belong. Bro, what? Aww. That's not cool. Doing okay, is a bit in pain today, still having CSO pain at times, not as bad, but annoying still. Yeah, I mean, pain is still pain. I'm sorry to hear that though. At least I got all the lab stuff done yesterday, got poked twice. As my buddy wasn't willing to give blood that- oh, no, I hate when that happens. I don't know about you, but I get, like, hugely uncomfortable around needles. I don't like looking at it piercing the skin. It's like, it doesn't feel that bad, honestly, compared to some of the stuff that they sometimes do, but it's just, ugh. I hate it. I hate needles. Did they get any answers? Are you gonna need some surgeries or something? Won't fully know for a week or two. Ah, damn it. Well, here's hoping, I guess. Oh, I should keep the broth in the fridge. Broth can be cooked into soup. I know, it still sucks though. I wish the scroll seller was here. What the? Huh? Where? Were you here before? Since when are you? My charge. What? What? Greetings, Shepherd. Come to contribute to the what cause? The survival of the human race. I have a hard time believing that looking at you. For that to happen, the prophecy. Oh, it really is a Terminator reference. Technology needs to be studied and the knowledge distributed to the past. Without it, humanity would never have survived the robot wars. Or the gangsta era. Oh my god. Definitely not the Christmas war. What's the Christmas war? I don't remember any of those. Yeah, because you're the past, idiot. We'll need to fetch maximum rank weapon for me to reverse engineer and categorize. Maximum rank? I've never survived that long. Once you have done so, the weapon will be available for replication and mashing next to me. At an increasing price, sadly. The material for this process won't come cheap. So, Shepherd, come to contribute to the cause? I don't have any maximum. I didn't know there was a maximum rank. Why am I questioning Shepherd? Am I not a priest? I'd rather not call you father, as even though you have been as a father to me, it is not factually correct. What do you mean? I have? I have said enough. The continuum must be kept intact. Who are you? No, I gotta be elsewhere. So, new character, huh? Wait, the maximum is rank 5? Holy shit! That means I had one and I lost it! Ah! So anyway. I don't feel good about this. Anything else changed? That looks about the same. That also looks about the same. I'm not crazy though. They really used to tell you what people wanted on Quest. Like, I could have sworn the Rat Queen wanted the pajama. No? That's gonna bother me. Okay, square. Square is how I melee. Okay. Let's start with the sewers. Recently on Steam, how is it? I like it. It's silly. I get to dismember my enemies. I get to personalize my guns. You can go in the water and look for secrets. I can't complain. I especially like cooking in it for some reason, but that's not necessarily for everybody. I forgot how to recharge. Oh, I didn't bring any bullets! That's right! Well, that could have gone better. Nothing quite like almost dying right as I start. Thank you for the gun. Well, I'm sure we'll find some bullets on the way. Extraction element fun. That's not really the part that enthralls me now. I hate dying and losing all my stuff too. I mean, I guess at least you can store some stuff in the chest and not lose those, but breaks my heart every time. Excuse you. But you get to do this. For no reason. Oh, ads. Okay. That works. Not really seeing anything on this side. There you go then. Welcome back! Oh, back up. Oh, come on. Ouch. I always wanted to play an extraction shooter, but I'm not good enough for PvP, so that's why I'm curious about this game. I've never been much of an extraction person. I enjoyed this game. It has some extraction element. But, like, not in a way that would piss me off. There's a good variety of enemies. You have a few chances here and there, depending on your luck, to get a chest to put the stuff you got away in the extraction. But it's also very possible for you to die and lose everything. So, you know. I couldn't really compare it to other extraction game for you, but I do think that this one is fun. And obviously no one's ever gonna teabag you. Unless they suddenly make it multiplayer, then maybe. Ow. Alright. Alive barely. I think for me, the one element that drives me a little insane is how conscious I have to be of what I keep, because I'm a loot goblin, and this goes very much against my instinct. Which I don't know if you have to deal with usually with an extraction game. But they give you a lot of stuff, and your inventory is very limited. Ow! I might die. I might die to dogs. Oh! Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Okay. No more poison. Oh. Okay. Cool. This might be a one game where I don't feel guilty about killing dogs. Anyway, here's a skeleton. Enjoy. Ooh, jello. Ooh, death. Anything that? No. Man, can you give me shotgun ammo? That would be pleasant. It did! Yes! Okay. How did that dog die? I didn't kill it. Ah! You son of a bitch! Come and find me! Come and find me like a man! Which is to mean stupidly! Ask and dash shall receive. I forgot what I asked for. Shotgun ammo? I did ask for that, yeah. Coward! Did I get him? Would ask for a hot dog party? What type of hot dog party are we talking about? Better be the hot dogs from Costco. Like hot dog that goes in buns and get ketchup. No, that's how you eat it, silly. Check my head. Okay, that's a secret. Am I gonna get shot? Not so far. Good. I love me some harmless secrets. Be gone. Okay. First aid kit. Let's be gone. Wrong onto an item to repair it. Restore 500 durability. Banish the stains to hell. How do I make that? I mean, I guess it takes holy water, but what's the other thing? I flex the Costco hot dogs and I like them because I don't have to pay much for them. They taste amazing though. I mean, I like pizza. I love pizza even. But like, if we're talking hot dogs, the Costco hot dogs are probably one of the best hot dogs out there. They're decent size. They're just the right amount of greasy. And they're cheap. For now, at least. I'm sure they'll raise the price eventually, even though that's not what the original owner wanted. But he'll die eventually. And then the company will be like, let's skyrocket those prices. Okay, you... Oh, okay. That works too. Where are you at? I don't like that I can't see you. Are you in the water? Hello? That wasn't you, was it? You don't have the right skin color, I think. You do have the right skeleton, though. I knew it! Oh, wrong thing. Oh, stop touching the fucking cooking! There you go. Disgusting, but at least we have it. I would like better armor. I mean, I say that, but I had better armor and I just chose not to equip it. But when you die repeatedly, that's just a choice you make. Oh, I heard that! Does it not reach? That's annoying. I can't tell if it reached! It doesn't. Okay. One comment I do have about the game is that you will have to be basically constantly cooking. Most likely. Finally. He's so tiny, I killed a kid. Jar of poison, thank you. I know there's a mutant in the water, I can hear it. I just don't know where. Oh, there's two. Disgusting. Is he dead? Two-time oil. What's that? Less damage, more projectile, no money drop. And more spread. I kinda like my money drop. Yeah, he's still alive. There you go. That's more like it. Ah! He still wants sawdust, I think, but let's ask him again in a second. Oh! Thank you, more ammo. Finally. I would like more durability for this one, I'm not gonna lie. That's better. Right, so. Your weapons have rank. You do not have levels. You cannot upgrade your character itself. You can upgrade your weapons. By weapon I mean only the guns. You cannot modify your melee weapon. You can have refined drops of melee weapon if you're lucky. You have armor, also. And everything has durability. If there's no durability left, you can't use them. The same goes for your shoes, your armor, your helmet, your gun. The exception to that is your melee weapon. And your amulet, but the amulet doesn't count. It's not really an equipment. It just allows you to teleport home. Some things breaks easier than others. The boots. You can repair them. It costs money. Like, it's not gone, it's just that it's useless when it's broken. So at least that. If you like a piece of equipment, you can repair it. You can also insure things, so they drop out and you get them back when you die. However, that costs like $10,000 for one insurance, and it's not all of your items, it's just one of your weapon. Because you can only attach it to weapon. Not equipment. Unless they changed that, but I don't think they did. You constantly need to cook, because you constantly need to heal, and some items heal better than others. You need to manage your inventory because you don't have that much space, and you will end up having too much stuff in your inventory by the time you finish the extraction. It will happen. You can modify your weapon with either orals or enchantment, but to be able to modify them, you need to rank them up. Like this one is rank 2, which means I can put 2 things on it. You can only put 1 enchantment, as far as I'm aware, but you can put multiple orals, and they all have different effects. Like one I just used, if you noticed, ended up making my shotgun more durable. Because I didn't like only having a 10 on durability on my shotgun. Not a big fan of that. The more you modify something, unless it's something that extends the durability, the more easily it breaks. And the more expensive it is to repair it. I saw that. Gross. No, I stepped on poison. God damn it. Well, I don't have any drinks, so I guess I'm just gonna end up getting poisoned. Wait, I have gum. That gum does not remove poison. The hitbox seems weird in this game too. A little bit. You get used to it. It's also that they're not exactly dying in one shot or anything. A lot of them takes multiple shots because my gun is under ranked for this fight. Fuck's sake. But I want to basically rank them up quickly, so the best way to do that is to take them in a higher place with a lot of enemies. Excuse me? I know I didn't kill him. There you go. For a little guy, he's very sturdy. Are you dead? I think he's dead. He looks the same as if he was alive, though. At least they look dead when you die. Yeah, he's fucking dead. Okay, let's look at the skeleton. Maybe he's a frog. Kinda hard to see with all the blood, though. Well, he doesn't have much to speak of. That's not a lot of bones. Anything else I should be worried of in the water? No. Okay. What's wrong, GR? You didn't like seeing his skeleton? Hey, nice. I got a crit. I was kind of hoping to do something else than mushroom soup. Damn. Oh, another thing I forgot to warn about. The music. There's only one music per biome. It will get repetitive. You might wanna, I don't know, play your own playlist while you're playing it. Up to you, of course, but that is my warning. Automatic weapon damage. I'm not really using an automatic right now. Oh, no thank you. Repeat this! No, you! No! It'd be good to recharge first. Finally. Chocolate! I'm totally normal about this. I miss chocolate, guys. Yeah, the bullet drops before it even gets to the victim. It doesn't reach far enough. Wish I had a bow right now. I miss my bow, also. It was a good sniper bow. Before I died. Whoa! That's not what I meant to do. That works. This rifle does not reach far enough for my taste. It gets the job done, though. At least. Eventually. Doesn't look like there's any mutant in the water. That's good. Ow! I need a lot of help real quick. Let's go with that. Fuck you. Grab my big boy gun and I'm ready to shoot with it. I saw that. What the? I got a shoe! I don't know why the mutant had it, because he certainly doesn't need shoes. He doesn't have foot. Swim speed. Alright. Don't mind if I do. You don't need it anymore. Not that you ever needed it, you weird frog. Should I make more fried mushrooms? Maybe. I need all the health I can get. Oh, I don't have enough mushrooms. Great. Meat gun. I heard that. I'm leaving. Great chance down sight. I think he already has an attachment. Oh, I can still do it. Okay, cool. Works for me. I do not know if my amulet is charged. It is. Sweet. Hello? Oh, well, there you go. Celeste? Jesus Christ! And I'm out of bullets for this one. Oh my god. By very barely. Jesus. Might have to teleport. Yeah, it's do you think I'm blind or something, you fucking piece of shit? I don't know if he's dead. I hope so. That'd be so funny. No, he's not. Man, I'm supposed to get more crit. Can I have more crit? I was supposed to get more crit. You piece of shit. You're 90% head. I should be getting only headshots. Oh, okay. I didn't know I could do that. Good. New recipes. Okay. Sir, your aim is a little off. I should have aimed for the head, but I aimed for the torso. It is what it is. Okay. Not a ghost! Fuck's sake! Really? I'm dying. Again. Did I eat my chocolate? I did. Damn. I wanna go home. Okay, got some frogs. What about 2 liver? Hey! I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good to me. Yay. I wonder if I can turn it into a sandwich. Oh, fucking... Fuck off. I just bought those bullets. Ah! I don't want to freeze. Are you done bleeding all over the place? Thank you. Man, I just bought those bullets. I'm broke! Why are you giving me so many champions? Oh, you... Fuck you. Ah, shit. Oh, nice. Love me some crits. 102, 300, 8. Let's switch. Falling apart. Yeah, that figured. 300. Actually, let's not switch. I take it back. Really? Piece of shit. Oh, God. Fucking... Air duster. Okay. Don't mind all the fucking corpses. Feel free to come in my tunnel. Die like the others. That would make my life so much easier. Yes, right over here, sir. Thank you. My retreat tunnel. Yes. Ah! Ah, shit. Okay! Rank up. I'll take it. You think I'm stupid? I heard that. Okay, what about... Well, no. Can I turn this into more food somehow? I think the game is saying no. Okay. Hello? There you go. Good. And that's out of the system. Oh my god! That's so many! That's so many mutants! Any day now. Any day now. Okay, that's one less. That's two less. Damn it. I gotta wait after the poison. Nice. Chavois? Okay. Just to get shot at. I mean, it's the whole goal in life. And my whole goal in life is to fucking murder them. Come on, don't be a coward. Let me kill you. Like a coward. Thank you. And I can do cool stuff with the kidney stone, I just don't remember what. There's too many recipes. I can't keep track of everything. Green water, that's fine. Porridge, raclette, rhubarb sauce, peanut butter sandwich, omelet, mushroom, mashed potato, mac and cheese. Oh, 2 liver or liver and kidney stone, okay. Oh man, now I wish I didn't put the 2 liver in there. Bruh. I need more recipes. More! No. No. How about 2 kidney stone? No. If nothing is desperately about to break, I can't make more food though right now. Shame. Damn it. I hate the poisonous one. Stop leaving a trail, it's nasty. There you go. That's more like it. That was a poisonous one, so that should be a lot safer once his blood is gone. What if I put skin and flesh now? What about flesh and frog? No. What about flesh and tree mushroom? No. What about flesh and fan? No. What about flesh and pasty? No. The blood looks like you can set it on fire. No, I can't. It's just poison. So let me know it would poison me if I step on it. There's red blood, though, that sets you on fire if you step on it. Well, you and enemies. The blood does not discriminate. Oh my god, there's a lot more. And that one's poisonous too? Are you fucking kidding me? Ah! We're gonna be here a while. Oh, nice. Headshot. You trying to make something? No, I'm trying to clear the way. These motherfuckers keep fucking showing up with poison puddle, so I can't walk over there because that would poison me, and I have nothing to remove poison, and I don't have enough healing item to just go ahead like an idiot. So I have to keep baiting them and killing them until they're all dead. The fact that there's so many of them that are champion and that leaves poison puddle is fucking stupid. Usually you have 1 or 2 per floor. That's the 3rd one. Just this section. Before that I had the fucking another poison one and a frost one right over here, plus a ghost. Anyway. Okay. Any more? Oh my god, I did it. Finally! Jesus. Now, if I have enough mushroom, I will make 1 mushroom thing. Yep, fried mushroom. There you go. So we have some healing item. That only fucking took forever. was too close. That's my bad. Oh, I thought that'd be a secret or something. Okay. There you go. Nice! Too bad I already have a recharge. But now, if I hadn't already, I could leave the floor whenever I wanted to. Which might be soon. There goes my healing at him. Excuse you. Jesus. Are we done? Ah. Oh, we're not done. He might die from the blood fight. The fiery blood. I can't believe I'm alive. Cool. Nice. Why not? Sure, why not? Another champion. We got frost, we got poison. What else? Fire. Anyone else? Jesus. Oh, maybe these guys just naturally give poison though. I don't know, some of them don't. What would be the reason? Oh, why? Jesus. Well, I do have cereal. Not anymore. Anyone else? Ah, shit. I forgot to recharge. Come back! Come back and die! Now I have to wait after the poison. This is not the most thrilling part of the game, I'm not gonna lie. But that's because I'm a careful player, I guess. I know it's a bit of a waste, but I'd like to have more armor. And my armor breaking out on me is not good. Hello? I know there's one left. Fuck you. There you go. Much better. Really? That's what you get, motherfucker! Nice durability. Oh, nice. You want the big brown mushroom, I believe, right? Yeah. Which I've never seen, by the way. Not once. Not a single time in my life. Okay. I don't have the money to buy any scrolls. I'd have to sell almost anything and everything for that. Which I'm not convinced is a good idea. So that kind of sucks. Okay. Have some bullets in case. That's good. It's not gonna last very long, but still good. So anyway. Like a grenade, good. A peanut! Let's see which one of the two armor has the most durability and then sell the other one. 67, 69, so that one has less. Let's sell it. Armors take too much space. And aren't worth a whole lot of money either. Alright. Dylann, what you doing? Big baby. Okay. Rank tree. Okay, so they're both 2 ranks away. That's not bad. More gums. That's alright. Nice. Okay. Good thing I ate the gum. Hello? Oh! Well, there you are. Oh, I'm poisoned. I don't have anti-poison, so I guess I'm just gonna have to eat until I stop being poisoned. Okay, one less. Two less. Going faster than first time. Still a little too long though, if you ask me. Remember, kids, make soda so you don't take the poison bottle. Hello? No more? Okay, cool. Ugh. Ah, I'm dead. Okay, that froze. I still had health. Fuck you. Gotta rebuild my gun again. That's frustrating. That does not ease my suffering. I'm not gonna lie. I like that helmet. Why is the bread in here? You belong with food now. Which is not here. Talking about food though. Okay, I have practically every ingredient. I'm sure I can find something. Where's my... Oh, no. I made peanut butter! Let's go! Excuse you. Give me my peanut butter. Oh! Okay. And I know how to make chocolate syrup. To do what with though? I don't know. Not yet, at least. I have a hard time taking up any more recipes, I'm gonna be honest. I need normal milk, I think. Okay. Oh! Okay! Hard shell taco is actually super easy, what the fuck? Bruh. Bruh. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way that was that easy. That's... Ah! This whole time, I could have had hard shell tacos. Bruh. You have any quests for me? Nope. I think I clicked the wrong thing. A rock? I probably have a rock. I already forgot how I made the taco. That's horrible. Why am I like this? I do not have a rock. Okay, that's not good news, but it's fine. We're going in the cave anyway to re-upgrade stuff, so... How did I make tacos? Shit. No wait, it was spice and meat. Yeah. Spice and meat, yeah. Hmm. That's gonna give me peanut butter sandwich. Let's put the rest back. I want to change how that's stored a little bit. Hmm. Here we go. And the peanuts. And the goo. That's a weird ingredient. That's meat. It goes in the meat section. Holy water is a weird ingredient. That's meat. Let's put the eggs here. And that's more of the sweet stuff. That's basic ingredient for anything. I guess we can put cheese here too. We need to make something with eggs soon. Potato. Or maybe I should put potato and cheese together. Holy water. Lead. Salt. That's a lot of chocolate syrup. That's a lot of chocolate. There you go, I fucking knew it. Alright, that's the food for the next run. Now the weapon. And armor. I mean, armor's kind of okay. We're only going to first floor. This one needs to be disenchanted. Okay. And then one more gun. Right, that gun's insured. That's good. I don't think I'm gonna die in the first biome though. Bones Rain Tree also, that's good. Maybe let's upgrade the Gravekeeper? Or... well, that depends on what I have bullets for. Okay. I have a lot of 50 and a lot of energy cell. I guess I could upgrade that one. There! And then since I'm going in the cave, I can grab the poison vial. Oh, I do have a rock. Okay, good. I'm just missing one. I can probably buy one. Do you have any quests for me? Have this rock, turn in. Cool. You have any quests for me? Double cheeseburger. I do not have a double cheeseburger. I have cheeseburgers, just not double one. Just one explosive, just in case. You know what? I will put them away. If I don't have the right amount, I don't even know if I'll have the amount when I go there, so let's not. These closer to each other. Still don't know what to do with the mutagen thing. But that's okay. Alright, so we have our setting for self-care. You got it, Reina. I was actually just about to go to lunch break. But thank you. There's a hydrant, and I just checked my posture, and your mom is straighter than my back. Okay. Alright, so there's some music. I will go take a lunch break, and then when I'm back, we will be going to the cave to upgrade those guns so I don't straight up die when I go to the higher ones. I know, trilling. Here's a boss battle in the meantime. And I'll be back as soon as possible. See you guys soon. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. And there's not in 5 minutes. What? What horrible timing. I'm sorry. Oh well. Let's some music. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. How you doing, Shin? I exist. Fair enough. How's you? Tired and itchy. How goes it? It goes tired and itchy. Also, Possessor! Hi. Lucy, I made taco.
Soon, Lucy. Soon.
Man, Lucy, you look delicious today. Oh, hey. You have a way with showing up at the wrong spot. Why? Why? You know, I wouldn't have money by now. You're lucky I brought some. Unfortunately, got the fun family coming to stay with us for 2 days. Oh no! Do you want to stay over here instead, Lucy? You can hide in my walls. Just kidnap me. Yeet. It's okay, we're gonna hide you in the walls. Come here, come here. It's okay, it's okay. They'll never find you. They'll never find you. Okay, I got 1 scroll, that's something. Also for going, well, I died and lost all my shit again. Which is why I'm in the cave. We can just get a god run again. We don't get our god run, we make the god run. Which is a problem because then when I lose my stuff that made the god run, I have to remake the god run all over again. Which is why I should never just go with the same 2 weapons all the time, because that way I kind of luck myself into getting stuck with only a weapon that I've leveled up and nothing else, and then I have to redo that from Ground Zero. But, no regrets. Grilled cactus. Wonder what that tastes like. I've never had cactus in my life, but I know you can eat it. It was fine, a lot of news we already knew. But Kingdom Hearts 4. I see. I'm sure Rose is looking forward to that. Jesus was telling me a little bit about it, I think. If it's the same event. About Toy Story. I mean, either way, for me that changes nothing, but... No, that was a secret wall. Country band, take me home, third place, I belong. I haven't played any Kingdom Hearts game. I have. Make me a little nauseous though. Okay, well, we know where the way forward is. Thanks for that. I'm sorry, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? Hello, you. He does still want the jar. So why didn't the game tell me? That's weird. Well, it is what it is. Jesus. Good thing I brought a lot of bullets. Jeez. Golden ticket? Can I take the couch with me? That would be a nice decoration. Mysterious kid labeled Gabba. Oh boy! Is it for money? I have a merchant back there, right? I think. Or is it a whole new... It's a whole new floor. Ah! Okay. No, wait. It's right here. I'm stupid. Alright. $5,000? God damn. Okay, thanks. I think. Yeah, I don't have that. That's okay. Fuck all up there. Good to know. Okay. I guess. It makes a space too, so... Okay! We got plenty of food. Plenty of food. What's that? More damage, less move speed. Okay. Maybe. No, you good, dude. I'm not gonna shoot you. What did I think about Joker? I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hit you. Really, really bad. I'm sorry, dude. Listen, I'm sorry. It was an accident. I promise. It's funny how once I hit them, they're a lot less afraid. I feel like that should be the opposite. Like, once you know I'm after your ass, you better be afraid. That's all I'm saying. This gun is damaged. How much? Okay, it's not too bad. It's alright. Butt kick! Man, if that's how it worked in real life, I would be destroying so many barrels. I would destroy all the wood around me just to get more chocolate mousse cake. Maybe then I'd have enough workout to be able to take the calories without growing even fatter. Infinite hack of getting chocolate mousse cake. Man, now I'm hungry. Okay, that could have gone better, but that's alright. Any secrets here? Not that I can. Okay. Sure. Any secrets here? Bunch of skeleton. Oh. Oh! Okay, that counts as falling. That's unfortunate. Good to know. Not doing that again. Okay. I think that's done. Man, come on. I was too close. That's my bad. But Evie, why did you pin Lucy's message? What the Dude, there's a better way to announce your presence. I promise. That was funny though. I'll take the poison. The poison? The mushroom. Jesus. Okay, no secrets here. Good, I don't like staying in the water too long. Here's an egg. Egg. Jeez. That flew. You wanted a double cheeseburger? I don't have that. I mean, the durability doesn't need too much work right now. Hello, dude. I don't think I need any bullets right now. I mean, I guess I could refill my my shotgun ammo here a little bit. I do have the money. A banana! Oh, yo! I want to cook with a banana. Okay. What? What do you guys always scream for? 13, please. Can you not? No! Jesus Christ, girl! Quit it! Alright, you little brat. Stay over there then. Okay, let's get rid of the sticks. I don't need that many. I have plenty in my inventory at home. Here we go. And a rank up, good. That means it should be the same rank as the energy gun. Alright. I can use whichever I feel like. Okay, there's a dog here. Somewhere. I wonder how a dog got a hold of money. I mean, I know we're in hell, but... Ow! Jeez. I don't think I want that. Where's my oil? Nope, that's a different one. Spread and reload speed. Okay. I don't think any of my reload speed are so slow that I would want to get, like, more for it. Yeah, I cannot hold a encrypted hoodie. That ain't gonna happen. Ignorian, I still enjoy stalking you. Best phrasing. Good to know. How you doing, Norin? It's been a second. Few kitties stare into nothing, they are looking at me. You know, actually, they don't do that much. I know it's a cat thing, but... Doing fine, how are you? I'm tired and itchy. Not much I can do about either. I don't think a stick would fit in that. That thing needs a lot more damage. That or it needs to shoot really fast. One of the two. Because that is weak as fuck. Does not seem to be made for a human hand, but the size makes it a good backup piece. And use 556. Meh. Another gun? Come on! Jesus Christ. I can't work in these conditions. I don't have any explosive, so that's unfortunate. Any cooking thing around here? No. Okay. Maybe they'll give me one. I mean, that is definitely an explosive. I don't think I can grab it all the way over there, though. That's rather unlikely. Oh, no, 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 no! God damn it. I just wanted to explode a wall. Okay, we're going that way. Yay! I need to make space. We got our explosive after all! Really? Do you have to be there? Ow! Rude. There you go. I got him eventually. Okay. Don't worry, dude. I don't care about you. Hello? Anyone else want to fight? Hello? You never know. Someone might answer one day. Okay. I think I broke him. I'm not sure, but I think I broke him. What do you guys think? Also, welcome to my session of Dissectation 101. Today we're doing Big Chungus. Big Chungus is mostly comprised of meat, but his skeleton is still sizable. He also apparently had fused arm to the rest of his body, which makes you wonder why he needs an arm to start with. Alright, so that's a charge amulet. Good. Have a good luck, Moonclow. Yeah, I don't like being in the water. That makes me nauseous. Something scope needs 2 space. I think I can give it that. There we go. Jeez! I've killed so many children. So many. Sorry, pajamas. Oh, come on! Why am I getting so much stuff? The drifter's not worth that much. Bones either. I really want to keep the banana. I don't have a whole lot of recipes that works with I, so I don't really need them, I guess. What about now? He's still too long. Okay. What about now? Thank you. Jeez. Okay, so we're doing that again. That's always a secret. Which is nice. I like the consistency. Wait, is Lucy the fun roll? Yep. Okay. There you go. Crit chance, less damage, less move speed. I know there's crazy ways you can make weapon go if you mix the right type of oils, but if I was struggling with the Naito's wand system, I'm probably not gonna do much better here, you know what I mean? Ooh, it's in there. God damn it. Yeah. I don't really need 2 rocks, do I? But bread's pretty good. Oh, jeez. Ow! Where did you come from, you little shit? Are they stuck? I think they're stuck. I mean, if they are, that works for me. Okay. Yeah, what was I thinking? Why? How would mushroom banana work? It wouldn't. That'd be gross. Maybe I can mix the. Maybe I can mix the banana with some milk. Bad planet oil. Oh my god. Ah! Well, where did my durability go? Oh no. There. Oh. Am I safe? I am not. I'm safe now. Okay. That was a lot of murder. That murder didn't need to happen. But it did. Just like how I'm about to murder all these chickens. For chicken leg. Oh hell yeah, cellar. I can make space. I don't want that one. That one's okay damage wise. Spread is a little annoying, but not a dramatic amount. Yes, Scroll of Ember, thank you. I wanted to make an explosive enchantment for a minute now. I mean, I have the money for it. Not happy about it though. No, I think I'll just go with the Q-tip. Okay. Not seeing any item. Alright, the chicken. Hello, chickens. Survivors! Look at all them chicken. Oh, I think I broke that one. His body just froze. Alright. Two stews pretty good. Let's go. Alright. Okay. I do not have any explosive at the moment. No. That happens. It's too bad, but it happens. Wait, hold on a minute. There's an explosive in the other room. Although I don't think I can drag it all the way here, to be honest. Maybe? I'm not convinced. Okay, then... Oh, I missed a chicken. Oh wait, that's the chicken that broke and... Okay, maybe he needed a minute. That's fair. I need a minute too sometime. Oh my god, please. No. Just stand up. Just stand up. Just stand up. Thank you. Ah, damn it. Why is moving barrel so hard? Okay. That's a half decent angle. Oh, come on. Come on, it's just a little slope. It's just a little slope, come on! It's a tiny baby slope. What's all this fucking goblin murdering do for you, dude? Padre, if you're not even able to lift this veil upstairs, what's the point? What's the point? How are you gonna kill a witch if you have no muscle? You certainly don't have magic. You might as well have muscle. Come on. Come on. You fucking piece of... I tried. If I'm struggling this much at the first rope, I don't think it'll go the rest of the way. And I can't hit it because it's gonna explode. Okay, better late than never. Oh, a lung! I haven't had a lung to cook with in a minute. Bleach? I've never had bleach before. Works for me. Send a code. Let's go sell the yellow hoodie. I'm certain there was a store. Certain. Somewhere. Before... Oh no, there she is. Hello, potato. I'm sorry, I don't have the space for you. Hey, that's pretty smooching. Ooh, that's pretty good fucking armor. What? Okay, it makes you a little slower, which is not ideal, but... It's gonna be a way for me to... make it work. No, not the chicken leg. Oh. So that's for bleach is for repairing? get me wrong, I'm not a huge user of bleach in general, but that doesn't sound right. I don't want to let go of my food, but I don't really want to let go of anything else either. Nah. I need 2 more. I don't really want to put the hunting scope on the unknown pistol though. Give and take someone's breath away. Maybe get rid of 1 chicken. There you go. Wait, why are you an explosive goblin? You're a coward, you don't attack. That's just weird. Banana sandwich? Banana sandwich? I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. No! My banana! Oh no. My banana. Exploding goblin, best goblin? Well, I'm sparing him anyway, because there's no reason for me to kill him. Which is why I'm so weirded out that he made him, like, explosive. Why would you kill a normal civilian? Living dynamite? Basically. For a little fella. Always a reason. Well, I mean, you can probably find a reason if you feel like it. If that's something you really want to do. I don't. I think I do enough murder in general to not look for extra people to murder. as a treat. I'm good. I'm good, Shin. Thanks, no. There you go. A smartphone. Ooh. More for me, don't tell Cursive. Cursive! Get rid of the... Oh, what am I saying? I can just put... Okay, I can just put it here. Thank you. Shush! Or what? Huh? What are you gonna do? Blackmail me? Bribe me? That's what I thought. Or for this, maybe I will. Oh. Hi, Rose. I will manifest more spikes in your run. Spikes aren't a problem in this game. Silly, silly Shin. This might be the only reason this game doesn't interest you. Keep your lovers to yourself. Why am I smooth? I hate it. Because sometimes you're smooth, so that sometimes you can be not so smooth. It's a cycle of smoothness. It's a circle of smooth. Again? Why are you everywhere I go? That's crazy. I don't want to be smooth. Well, you can't always be wrinkly, I'm sorry. Fashion, have a good lurk. Nice to see you. I guess that's it. I don't really want to sell the rest. You know what? My brain now identifies trans wrinkly. That's not. Stop trying to cheat, Rose. I see you need to learn because I desperately want to play this game. Oh, no worries. Go ahead. It's an extraction though, so I don't think I can spoil you a whole lot. But yeah, you do lurk, and I hope you enjoy the game when you get to it. Damn. Actually, I think I can make it. Hey, there you go. I don't have an explosive. Damn. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. What? No! Oh, a pizza. Ow. Ow! That's rude. Can I fit the whole pizza in my mouth? Chad, do you think I can fit a whole pizza in my mouth? Damn, the tech was better than the sandwich. Who would have thought? I don't like that I can't tell how big the pizza is. It's for space. Okay, damn. Alright. That's a pretty big pizza. Less movement speed. You know, I too would be slower if I ate an entire pizza by myself. That's fair. I think you can. Thank you, Rose. And a pair of shoes, because of course. Fuck. Let's let go of the egg. Grab my stew. Let's temporarily let go of the pizza, so I can look at the sneaker. I'm gonna take that pizza home and then never use it. In case someone has a quest for an entire pizza. Wow, this damage is no good. That or I've been missing repeatedly, which both are possible, really. Which is unfortunate. Do you think I'm stupid or something? I see you. Stale pizza? See, the thing with that is food can rot in this game, therefore it will never go stale. Just like that egg I have in my fridge for the past month. Or that milk that I left open. Isn't it amazing? Shut up. Let me up! Maybe if I go here. So close. I want a careful oil. What? Good thing I got hurt. So I could get myself more space. Bruh. Die, motherfucker! Thank you. There you go. Ow! Fuck off! Rude! Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else that's alive? I totally won't shoot you if you come out now. I think they did. Nope. Oh, ho, ho. I ain't afraid of the big guy, but the mage, a little bit. Oh, okay. I broke him again. Alright, time for a dissection. Let's see if the mage look different than the normal one. Not getting shot if I come out now. Don't mind if I... Hi, Evie. Did you know you pinned Lucy's message earlier? That looks like a fairly standard skeleton. I'm a little disappointed. I thought magic might, I don't know, mutate your body a little bit or something. Oh my god! What the f- Wait, I can go back up the waterfall! Don't go chasing waterfall. Stick to the rivers and the waters you used to. Oh my god! I did? Man, I was asleep. Sleep twitching. Apparently. Wow, that was magical. That's a reference to something. I've never seen that as a decoration before. Wait, what? I never dropped that. Come on. stuck in my head now. Such a diligent mod, I even mod in my sleep. Yeah, huh? Uh-huh. Yes, yes, of course. And it's not even breakable. Where's my... Usually when there's a reference, I get a little present. Where's my present? Where's my present? Disappointed. Oh well. Whee! A stash spawn would be nice before I get to the boss. Because I'm full and I would like some space. Bullet bounce, but less damage. Don't want either of these to have a bullet bounce? I don't know. I'll wait. No present. Exactly, I'm sad. Oh my goodness! I need to eat something like real fast. I don't want to die here. That would be silly. All it took was a little genocide. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. As a treat, yeah. Of course. Oh, I do want that gun. Ah, come on. Ah! Okay, what about here? Because I like the air better. It's a fun shotgun. I mean, I kind of would like the bathrobe too, but I definitely don't have that kind of space. So I guess I'll just take a pulse out with me. Hey. Goodbye, first floor. You gotta be kidding. Okay, there we go. Let's put them with my other guns. Now, this one is range treatment, which is not bad at all. You go with the brown gun. You go with the white gun. You go with the Muscalinus. I got a fast gun. And 0, 3. Maybe it's time I take one of these for a ride. There you go, take the rest away. We may not need that many. 800 should be plenty. Let's put the old here. Don't know why my enchantment are here when they're also in there. That's gonna bother me for a little bit. Petroleum, least resistance, fear. Alright, let's try to mix mana. Start with the one I know I like. The explosive one. Storm Surge is nice, however, it cannot be on the gun that I used last time. It has to be a long-range, far-away gun, because I cannot hit my enemies from more close with that shit. So there's that to take into account. Spread 150 bullet speed, a lot slower, more drag, less force speed, a lot less damage. Convert into poison sprayer, more lifetime. Okay. The bullet bounce worries me a little bit, but that's slush. I don't want slush. Okay. My spaghetti. I think I'll actually keep them on the... And this is just gonna be for gun, I think, is for the best. I changed my mind. Okay. Alright, so... Actually, my own moves around more than the enchantment does. Okay, my gum is here. Now for scrolls. I'd say that's mid-range. Oh yeah, that's totally capable of... That's totally capable of doing it. This might be a mistake, but I'm gonna take the Thunderbolt with me. Specifically for this one. I would rather this one did not have long melee range thing. That would scare me a little bit. Whoop, wrong squirrel. You stay here. Wish Ulfra had made dress. I will explore the game and share it to threaten the dev to add made dress in the game. Why? That's a weird thing to want. You can't even see yourself in the maid dress. Bruh. And then we all right here. Okay, that looks mostly good. I'll have to. Oh my, what? Ah! I don't know, David. Maybe because they don't know what stat to put on them. I'm not a dev. I don't particularly want it either. Wrong one can go here. Why am I like this? Do I have that shape anywhere? I do not. I guess these could go together. Okay, not bad. Actually, let's switch photos. I have a problem. I'll figure it out because someone did it to suffer to ask for a samurai helmet because, you know, if there's a samurai suit, then why does there a Nora helmet? And to this day, they still not had that helmet. The game's not that old. They're still fixing, like, basic bugs. I'm not expecting them to have everything or do, like, tiny details right now. Hopefully, eventually, but... Right, my pizza. Whew. My pizza's safe! I have a problem. Okay. I mean, it's a good starting amount of meal, right? Right. Right. Maybe I just do every floor in order to give myself a chance to fully upgrade these. Let's ensure that one, I think. I would be sad if I lost that one, I think. Also, I don't trust insurance. Why? What's wrong with insurance? I mean, in the game, not in real life. They sound a little shady. Well, the shadiest thing about them is they're fucking expensive.
Fantastic.
$10,000 for one item? That's bleh. Well, they do bring the gun back. I know, because I insured one. Well, I was hoping it was all my stuff when I bought it, but it's really just one gun. Hey, do you sell insurance? Reminder, if you like the flip, buy me that flip. It's a good flip. And Brian's a good artist. That's it. Alright, let's go. Do I feel like I'm being stupid? Wait, how many places have you unlocked? Till the dungeon. Cordon bleu? Oh, fancy. I'm trying to rack up enough coupon to get
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
the blood pool. Oh my goodness. Well, Lucian, thank you. There you go, I did my head. A hard hat! Nice. A good backup hat if I die. I shouldn't. I want to, but I shouldn't. I'm gonna kill myself if I do that. I just know it. I can smell the stupid decision. Oh. Hello? Where did you come from? What? Hard hat for my smooth brain. Will protect your brain. We'll protect your brain, Heavy. We'll do it. Man, you can really tell the difference in speed. It's almost sad. Oh. Okay, recharge not too bad. Speed-wise. I haven't seen Gem in a second. That's cool. Right, I didn't buy any explosive. See, so smooth I can't even type. I mean, I do typo all the time. I can't judge you for that. I don't like it. Jesus. Okay. Well, I would like to not die, thank you. Oh, herbs. Nice. I feel like there's some items that are a lot more likely to show up in certain biomes. Like, I've gotten herbs here more often than anywhere else. I've gotten rocks almost exclusively in the cave. Rocks and sticks, really. And wine seems to show up here pretty often, too. Yeah, that'd be better with meat. Oh, wrong way. My bad. There you go. I really thought that was gonna be a faster gun, if I'm honest. I don't know why. Like, the RPM's not even super high, but I really did. Regrets. I guess I could apply some oil on it that makes it faster. Oh, floor. Egg. That's right, I have egg. Freshly gotten from your killed chickens. Talking about chickens, we had a neighbor chicken just hang out in the backyard yesterday. Technically 3, actually. This is, I think, the 3rd time this happened too. The neighbor should really be more careful if he wants to keep his chicken alive. When my mom still had the raccoon, he came to complain about losing some of his chicken. And saying that he thought it was a raccoon because of, like, seeing a dark shape in the dark. Which, no shit. But... like, you're supposed to proof your place from foxes, which we have, by the way. Although I've never seen them. Foxes and raccoons, if you don't want your chicken to die. And he's done none of that so far. That I know of, at least. I'm about to be assaulted. Oh my god! Really? Or do you not? I'm guessing that's where the dogs were. Ah! I never get to catch my breath. Oh, nice. Another arbiter. Less nice. An exploding enemy. Oh, well, if it's this type of enemy, he's never gonna stick too close to me anyway. Oh, come on! Oh no! Anyway. It really makes quite a mess. Good thing I'm not here to clean up. I guess I'm cleaning up the street in a way, but... if you fill them with with dynamite. Who has time for that, though? I don't have time to fill every enemy with dynamite. That's crazy. Can I fry mushroom? No. Hey! Hey! Who said you could poke me so much? Who said you could poke me so much? Hands off! Hands off, Dusty! I pressed 6, didn't I?
Shit.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh wait, I didn't do it properly. You saw nothing twice? Good. As long as you're not seeing it. Alright. Oh my god! Another thing I don't usually get in other biome. Floor. I have so much flour, I don't know what to do with it. I'm not even saying the word properly. I'm aware. Alright, come here, Barrel. We're going on an adventure. I said that we're going on an adventure. Don't you want to go on an adventure, Barrel? Sweet. Alright. That's set up. Just quick look around. We're good to go. Hello, chicken. Oh, I can stand on the chicken. Interesting. Look at all them chickens. I pushed that barrel for nothing. All there is chicken. That's crazy. You freaking murdered that chicken. And I'd do it again. Would you like to see that? Hi again. How you doing? I'm doing. Let's see. Well, hopefully things improve from that eventually. I think you said the same thing last time. Only if I can get the chicken wings? Well, you have to come and get them, motherfucker! Nice. Listen, Shin. He who kills it gets to eat it. It's not that complicated. I have dibs on the chicken because I killed the chicken. Ow! But I hunger. Well, get over here and come get the chicken. You're gonna have to fight me in duel for it, but you'll get chicken. Don't you want a Gundam battle or something? We can arrange that. Well, now I wish I didn't use the explosive. No, wait, it's not like I can pull it through the fucking stairs anyway. Hey. I've tried. Guess I could deep fry Gundam. No! Shen, stop trying to eat plastic! What are you, Joker? Bruh. Okay, what now? More durability, less damage. Eh. I don't really want to lose damage for durability, to be honest. And fuck all here. Okay. What's a goblin skull doing with humans? Weird. That's too many sugar! I can't! Fuck's sake. I can't store all of this! Just damn it! I'm good. Sell that one whenever I see someone for it. Too late. Your mom is too late! Oh my fucking god. Jesus. There's so many. Okay, let's try to cook something because I need space. Ah! Okay. Okay, at least we have tacos. That doesn't work with hot sauce. Interesting. I should probably let go of the banana. I can't think of a single recipe that would need it. Okay. No, I can't climb it up the stairs. I keep being like, but what if I could? I'm not gonna spend another hour trying to push a barrel up the stairs. It's just not worth it. Pancakes! I like pancakes. There. That's better. You've got No! Fuck. How about this amount of space? Hello, baby. Damage 60, 893 RPM, okay. Next size 30, spread 2.5, good condition. Alright. I wanna take a look at this bad boy. Ooh, pretty fast. There you go. Nice! I like this gun. Bruh. Where were you all my life? Too fast. Yeah, that's right. Fuck you. Alright, I'm out of bullet though. Shit. On the bright side, I just made space by getting hurt. Okay, that's a dead end. That's fine. More bullets. That's not a good news. Oh no. I don't like this gun. How the hell did the others die? Oh, probably from walking on puddles. Yeah, that makes sense. Badolo water. Frugal. Let's drop one egg. More damage, less loot chance. Well, I have the random one, but I don't really want to use... I don't want to randomize. I don't want to randomize my gun stand. Okay, good. Vasectomy? What? Bruh. Bullet penetrates +2. Loot chance -50. Ah! I'm on fire! 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 Ow! I'm alright now. That's gonna hurt too much to let him live for a long time. There you go. Good. Good riddance. That's a dead end. I ain't even gonna ask. You don't need to ask anything. It's pretty, pretty self-explanatory. It's clearly a vasectomy gun. You sure you don't want a vasectomy for free? From the house. Seven? That's pretty smooth, dude. Soda, let's go! Responsible for creating truck driver all over the world. Mm-hmm. There's snipers over there. Poutine! Let's go! Okay. I have the space for that. Did you know you can actually get up there? It's just a fucking pain in the ass. I used a dunce cap to get up there last time, I think. It's not worth it, but you can. I just wish instead I had functional ladders. Rhubarb porridge? I don't know if I like that. Okay. That should free up some space. Nice, thank you. You guys ever had garlic poutine? I recommend it. It's pretty nice. Then again, I'm biased, so I don't know. I keep wanting to cook the chicken and the egg at the same time. Just because I think it'd be a mix of funny and fucked up. Yep, I like that gun. Alright, let's go cook with human flesh. Who wants sandwiches? Excuse me? You want to try that again, motherfucker? Get over here! Fuck you. Right, I can make a hot dog with a dog. That sounds appropriate. Oh, cool. So anyway. Oh, excuse me. Nothing up here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello? I want to bring you with me. If the game lets me. I mean, that kind of worked out. It still exploded the dog. The dog just was already dead. Oh, okay. Bottled caviar. Okay. Maybe mixed with salt. I don't have any on me right now. Throw away one of the chicken. I could have sworn I had more eggs than that. Oh! Yeah! Let's go! I'm in Mudkick! Who wants some? Nice. I'll find something to do with wine eventually, I will. You're just delaying the inevitable, game. Okay. How about that? There you go. Really? Pretty health over 10 seconds. I guess I could drop some chicken still. And maybe one human meat. Okay. Back to potentially dying. Okay, the crook. Oh my god. Oh my god. I should have teleported out, but I didn't. Fuck you, asshole. Let's go. Two is worth more. More? Wait, can he kill the merchant? What happened if the merchant dies? You fucking kidding me? Excuse me one moment. Jesus Christ! That's a lot of bodies. Okay. A kidney? I haven't seen that in a hot minute. Good luck. This cat's on what, dude? I wouldn't mind some spaghetti. Or sausages. Nice. Well, can't fault me for trying. Hello? Okay. I still don't know what to do with rubber beans, but we might just say no to loot. My God. See how they literally shoot each other the moment one of them doesn't feel like fighting no more? That's crazy. Crazy efficient? How? Next question. Alright. So what did you eat that wasn't plastic? Because you ate not plastic, right? Strawberry yogurt with muesli? Okay. Okay. So thing have microplastic these days, you'll never know. Listen, I'm gonna assume it is at the very least not like the main accompaniment of the meal. If there's microplastic, you can't help it, but if you literally melt the plastic and shoved it in your mouth, there's a big difference in between the two. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like saying you have a diet with zero sugar when most things have either salt or sugar in them. Unless you bake them from scratch, there's probably gonna be sugar. It just is. Ellie did that boiling food inside a plastic bag. What type of plastic bag are we talking about? Like if it's like the plastic bag that smoked meat comes in and you're boiling your smoked meat, then fine. If it's like just a random grocery plastic bag, then what the fuck? Because some plastic react differently to heat than others. The food wrapper style? Nah! What if I inhale microplastic with a slapstick straw? What if I gave you a vasectomy with my vasectomy gun? What if? Parrot! Don't run! Is that the better than the cancer ray run? Only one way to know. So try both of them. I don't know about you, but that doesn't tempt me too much. Why is it more expensive than the fucking stew? The stew gives better. Like that's 10 seconds. That's crazy. Get out of here. Okay, that might be enough space. Wait, you can put any item in your throwable slot? Yeah. Well, no. Actually, you can't put armor in there. Or weapons. It's food or collectible or, you know, that kind of thing. I'm glad I was able to let you know, Alpaca. Ta-da! Even sticks? Yeah. I mean, I would rather not. Oh, never mind. Not sticks. I'd rather not, though, even if I could, because, well, I don't think that's saving a whole lot of space, to be honest. Let's keep 2 of each on me, so I can put the hard hat here. Excuse me, floor. Put that in here. I'm curious. This might be stupid, but well, you didn't stop me. That's all I'm saying. Maybe the wine too? Put that here. Put that here. That's not quite enough for this. Don't really want to switch anything to 12 gauge. Ah! That's too many things! Do I really need this many sticks? No. Do I? Okay, I mean, I don't mind losing 2 sticks. That's really not the end of the world. I'm gonna put that back in there because I'm not sure I'll put it in here. I think I came from there. I'm not sure why, but I think maybe that's where I came from. Just maybe. Something about it. So anyway. Let's see if that helped with the aiming, because I don't like the target aiming on it. Ooh, not really. Well, it could be worse. big. I know which one I want to use when I want to run away. Okay. Ow. Cotton candy, let's go. They complain. I'm trying my best, man. By the way, cursive. Did you know that shit? Sorry, I just really want to teach Shin. It's working. But yeah, you should probably beat up Shin. I don't know, for some reason. I'm going. Thank you. I'm good. I would like to not lose my stuff. Thank you. Okay. What did you want? Curry roast. Yeah, I still don't know how to do that. At all. Not even a little. Alright. I didn't get as far as I was hoping for, but I'd still call this a win. I think we can safely call this a win. Okay, how did I make the chocolate thing? How's the update? Did you find that new vendor? I did! I don't have a weapon full rank though. Okay, so flour, butter. I would have to learn how to make butter if I can. Jeez. Okay. And the other one requires milk, which I don't have. Maybe buttermilk will work? It will not. Okay. Damn. Not dying is always a win in my book. Yeah. I got pretty close though. What I've learned from this is I don't like this gun. So far, at least. Let's keep a soda away just in case. Let's put that in there too. I need to make some of the potion before I run out of health. Dang for us! 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 Cursor, your today's sticker, what is your title today? It over wrinkled. And it's now time to reap the profit. I think that sort of button would be really nice in any inventory management game. Yeah. It's kind of a mixed feelings for me because I tend to like the way I sort better than the auto sort, but when you get when you get overwhelmed by the amount of mess, it does help. Sort this! Maybe I will! Oh. Anyway. Oh no, you stay in here. You and you go with the other gun. Gun can stay with the. I mean. Yeah, you can stay with the other guns. I still don't know how to make sawdust somehow. That pisses me off. I think I'm gonna sell this one. Maybe. It's been a minute since I gave a shot to a pistol. Apart from that one I just read. Okay. That looks somewhat decent to me. Do we want to go straight for the dungeon? I would need to repair my equipment first, actually.
Fantastic.
I put my money away. Okay, let's see how many coupons we have also. Eight coupon, just a little short. A little short on it. God damn it. This might be stupid out of me. However, I think maybe the storm surge on my you know? Maybe it's stupid. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe it's exactly what I should be doing. To the dungeon! What if I just die if I fall down? No, probably not. I don't inside a dungeon, so it's time to crawl! I don't want to. That sounds uncomfortable. Also, am I still dabbing? No. Okay. Good, good. Milk! I need some milk! Nice. Oh my god! Okay, what the fuck? Actually, what the fuck? No! I thought the electricity was a good idea, but it did fuck all. Good to know. Maybe fire would be better for them. That's kind of disappointing. Okay. Should we go back to the town or go for the sewers? I don't really want to level up the Dirk, I'm gonna be honest. I don't care for it. I have a lot of executioner, I can afford to use a couple. That does mean I ran out of fucking food again, though. That's a shame. I still feel like I should be able to make a double cheeseburger out of 2 cheeseburger. I feel scammed. It's time to cook. Mm-hmm. Alright. Oh, I made salt. Okay. Pancakes. Oh. That checks out. Goodbye, milk. Okay. Potato there for now. Water bottle back. There we go. Have enough food that I can leave the souffle here. I would like at least 1 soda to make sure I don't burn or get poisoned to death. Okay. What happened if I mix holy water with blood? Nothing. Cool. It was worth a try. What if I just want to drink blood, huh? What if I want to be a vampire priest? Huh? Damn it. I think I'll make a freezing shotgun, maybe. So by explosive. I want to turn one of the gun into a pesticide. I think that'd be funny. I don't know if I want to do that to a shotgun or a different type of gun. Oh, he's got milk. Why do you have milk? I find that suspicious. But I'm gonna buy the milk. There. Now I can make a milkshake. My milkshake brings on the goblins to the yard. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, be honest. Do you think it'd be funnier if I did freezing shotgun or a pesticide shotgun? I don't want to bring both with me. It has to be one of them. Both could be incredibly dangerous. Like I did Storm Surge for that one. That was a terrible idea. That terrible idea. Okay, let's go back to the human village. I think I'm ready. Probably. Still dying that early in the maze? That's a hit to my fucking confidence. God damn. It was very effective against dogs, though. God damn. A kidney pie. I didn't know I could do that with you. Actually, I did. I think I found one before, and then I forgot about it. I take it back. Butter, good, good. This is definitely the place where I find the most cooking ingredient. I find mushroom pretty much anywhere, but cooking ingredient, it's here. Your sneaker needs repairing? Well, I can't afford it. Because I didn't bring money. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to touch the snipers now that I think about it. Oh well. How do you like your own treatment, huh? Yeah, that's right, you fucking piece of shit. Anyway. What's over there? Fuck all. Bored. Alright. Hey! Okay, now. Nice. Does not increase durability loss? Well, don't mind if I do then. I'll put on my shotgun. You can't escape the bullets! Geez, what? What happened? Oh wow, you dropped the stick. That's crazy. Check out my bullet point representation! I've been told it's an electrifying experience. Prepare yourself to be shocked. God. It's okay, it was published in a magazine. Uh-huh. Too far. Lady aim at chat? Nah. Keep them coming, cultist at the cursive. Why did I say cultist? We both know cultist wouldn't do any puns. For shame, brain. For shame. I can try to raise the caliber. Oh, you can keep the same one if you want. It's perfect for me. I just need more of it. Occultist, huh? Listen, he's one of my best buds. Give me a break. Let me rifle through some fun. Thank you, Colt. Ah! Now that I've thought about it, I can't stop. Like when I called Neb fucking... I need a sec. Alright. Hopefully that was enough time to reset my brain. I swear to god, this is like when I called Neb by the main characters of the game I was playing. Symphony of the Night. I don't remember her name, but I know I got stuck calling Neb her name for a minute. It was not good. It was not a good look. Please wait, the Bluetooth. I have Bluetooth? That's crazy. No wonder I'm faulty. No wonder I work like trash. I feel like that should do something, but alright. Damn it, he killed a chicken and the chicken fried itself. That's crazy. Well, blue tooth, red tooth. Uh-huh. Did you guys ever have savory oatmeal? I'm told that's a thing. And that it's even pretty tasty. I'm debating if I have the braveness to try it, I guess. I'm 50-50 about oatmeal to start with. Like, in some desserts and breakfast, I think oatmeal slaps. And in other, it's kind of like a drag to finish the meal. God damn it. Malt savory rice porridge work the same. You assume I like rice porridge better. I'm very picky about my textures. I'm still going ammo. Oh, I'm too broke? Damn. Okay. Never mind then. I'll keep my broken shoe. Fuck, I brought both scrolls! No! The fuck was that? What? Die already! Die! Thank you. So anyway. But just an observation, because I've seen a couple of short of people raving on about savory oatmeal, so I figured there must be something to it if so many people are talking about it. But at the same time, will I even bother? I don't know. Probably not. More rubber. Okay. Find a hole! Oh, cocoa. Nice. Less spread, more, but also less bullet speed. That's not great. That means it doesn't go as far. I'm good. I'd probably still eat it. I mean, oatmeal is neutral, taste-wise, so it probably wouldn't change much. It's more like whether or not the texture will mix with whatever else you're putting with it, I guess. Okay, so Thunder very effective against human, not very effective against mutant. In fact, very much not effective against mutant. Good to know. Honey, I'm home. Damn. Empty. Honey, I'm home. Ah, empty. I'll find someone and shoot them eventually. Honey, I'm home. Ow, don't shoot me. I'm supposed to shoot you. Come closer. Thank you. Ooh. Prize. Why the fuck does a dog have coffee? Before I killed it, it was definitely a victim of neglect or abuse. Check my head. I don't exactly have a lot of money. Maybe I just keep going. There you go. Ow. I was kind of hoping he would die by falling while I electrocuted him, but I guess I was hoping for too much. Ooh. Nice. Okay. Alright, now you're talking. A jar of poison. Nice. Happy accident. There's no mistake, only a happy accident, guys. So put that oil on your gun and start shooting. I would really like to keep the milk. I mean, I'll cook with it if I'm desperate, but... Oh, hello 13, can I help you? Hmm? You little gremlin? My cat decided to start the game. For how long, I don't know. Okay, cool. Yes, ma'am, I know you're here. I know. Yeah. Could you stop using my chair as a scratcher, please? You big baby. There you go. That took a bit. But we did it. Him again? And they really need to make their RNG a little better. Damn, he killed all the others. Nice. Ooh, sup? Hard bread. Ugh. Not really short on bullet. Do I still have a drink on me? I have coffee. Poison. I don't think I'm gonna be burning. I could be wrong. Is it because I needed another one? Maybe. Okay. I like this one for this type of gun. Yeah, that's fine. Holographic sight. Okay. Good. Works for me. I see you, you piece of shit. Idiot. And he dropped the stick, of course. Compact sight? I haven't tried that one yet, I think. Personally, I just have preference depending on the type of gun. Like, I definitely don't want a sniper aim on like, my shotgun, for example. I know, that one's a bit obvious. Yeah, I've never fucked with anything with as much bullet drop as that has either. Fair. Is that a fly or a mosquito? Either way, I'm not happy about it. Wish my cat actually killed stuff. The only thing they've ever killed is a mouse, and that one was horrifying. Gary! Hello. Are you gonna take your shower so I can end while you're gone? No? That's new. What do you mean no? Ow. Damn. I got no explosive left. Not trying ever again if it means losing Lady Stream. Aww. I mean, that's sweet, but... Ah! That hurts! You piece of shit! Yeah, well, your ancestors didn't live as long as we usually do, is it? There's a reason for that. Who says I want to live longer? No one does, but you know what? I'd be a lot happier if you lived longer, because I'd miss you otherwise. Please don't die on me. You took bats at rivers, though. Mm-hmm. You convinced me? Hell yeah. Okay, Gary, since you're not taking a shower until I finish, choose for me. Do I want a pesticide shotgun or a freezing shotgun? Can I know what those do, or just by name? I mean, Frostbite, freeze target is pretty self-explanatory. It did freeze targets. The pesticide, adds spread to my shotgun. Removes bullet speed, which means the bullets are slower. More drugs, I'm not sure what that means yet. It does less damage, but converts, into a poison sprayer, so it sprays poison around. And it has some bullet bands. Yeah, I've never actually tried it, so it's kind of a gamble if I use it. But the only way I can know what it does is if I try it somewhere. Poison, let's go then? Okay. Let's see if that hurts me. Okay. I can live with that. Hmm. I had pancakes. Who wants some? It does not look slower, but I haven't exactly looked at the bullets too hard when I was using it as a shotgun, so to be fair, maybe I just don't remember enough to compare. Alright, let's go! I guess we're about to find him. Nice. Interesting indeed. Let's drop the wine here, because I don't want to lose it. Same for the paper. And the frostbite. I don't know if I care to put that on either of them, so I guess I can drop the oil here. I need more mushrooms. It's broken anyway, so I might as well drop it. I don't have a lot of butter, so let's drop the butter off. I'm keeping the coffee. Enchantment. Let's drop the pepper. Drop Santa's off-died. And this looks like an okay amount of things to keep. We really don't need that amount of fucking sticks. Oh! Let's definitely leave the jar of poison. There you go. Okay. There's corpse in every direction. What the fuck? Oh, nuts. So far, so good, man. So far, so good. Could that broken gun be sold? Wait, what broken gun? I had a boot that was broken, but not a gun. And actually, yes. Although I think it's worth more if I repair it first. Not sure. Special after if it happens after a cruel murder. I don't know what you're talking about. They're trying to kill me. It's not a cruel murder. It's self-defense. It's self-defense, Gary. I am in my human rights to defend myself from an attacker. Even if I sometimes disfigure the body a little bit in the process. And after the process. But that's a detail. Cruel self-defense. I'll show you cruel. Oh my goodness. That was scary. See? Self-defense. They're asking to be killed. Practically. You know, I don't know what that was, but I'll take it. Look at all those stickies. Alright, what do you get? Recoil, but also smaller bullet size. No, thank you. And where's the other one? Nope, I had that one. Less damage, more projectile, more bullet drop, more spread. Maybe. Maybe on my poison one. Spread doesn't seem like necessarily a bad thing when you have a pesticide sprayer. I'll think about it. Yeah, whatever. I thought about it. And what I thought about was just choose already. So I did. That's my thought process. You're welcome. Huh. Okay. Ouch. Could you stop hurting me? That hurt. Jesus. I think I actually did a disfavor to my shotgun by adding that oil. I'm not gonna lie. I need to add back some damage to it. Ow! But I have a card steer! Nice. Okay, good. I would like to not die. Please and thank you. Oh, the reach is too small. Way too small. Jesus. It doesn't make it to him, and I'm fucking the sword reach. That is ridiculous. That is entirely my own fault, but still ridiculous. Oh, 2 sugar, of course. But of course. Wait a minute. Ugh. Okay. I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but alright. You do what you gotta do, I guess. I'm waiting. Wait, what were you waiting for? I forgot. Wait a minute. Ah, well, you can stop waiting now. I'm done. Is this a waiting line? Yes. Next! Yeah, this is the 1 minute waiting line. If your waiting time is longer than 1 minute, please wait to the other line. Next! I regret nothing. I'm an asshole. Ow. Literally, it was It was more effective for me to just fucking slash him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my... Where did my pie go? My pie. Maybe it's time I go. Oh, remember. Ow! Ow! Bruh. I'm kinda out of food. Oh, hey, a kidney! Self-defense. Yeah! Do you want to try? Makes you really good at self-defense after that. And then dissecting your enemies so you can get better in the future at self-defense. Mm-hmm. Trust, I've gotten so good at it. You've seen my self-defense firsthand. I'm still alive. I could never be as self-defendant as you. It's okay, I can protect both of us, Gary. Mines. Yes, and the cheese. Alright, I'm returning. I think I'm gonna die if I stay longer. At this rate, I'm gonna have to change the cookie to cheese, just floating on top of us. Because it's become much too integral to apparently my channel. Like, it used to be cookie, but now it's definitely cheese. Just because it's mine doesn't mean I won't share, Shin. We can share the cheese. I'll just have most of it. Here, have some cookie to make up for it. Okay, I just saw your message, Shin. What the Did you make that yourself, or did someone else thought about it? Bruh. It's an old meme? Oh my god. Sorry, and PC doesn't like me reopening my internet page, so it gets a little laggy. Let's see. Who's on right now? Okay, we got Joker playing Tomodachi Life. We have Phoenix playing Pumpkin Panic. We have Morpho just chatting. Billiam doing art. Bonemaker playing Outer Wild. Epi playing Final Fantasy 14. We got Krista playing Disco Elysium. And these are the choices you guys have today. Thank you for hanging out. It was nice. I definitely did not do as much dungeon as I was initially planning. But then again, I never planned for me dying, which happens all the time. For some reason. Thanks for watching. Thank you for being here. I don't remember who we raided last time. Oh, we raided Morpho. I'm tempted between Phoenix and Joker because it's been a hot minute I've raided either. If you guys don't have a preference, we could do a coin toss between Joker and Phoenix. Let's go face for Tomodachi and tail for Pumpkin Panic. Good thing I have that coming. Face. So Tomodachi, we're going to Joker. Now, fair warning for those of you guys that maybe don't go to Joker. Joker has no cooldown that I'm aware of on some standard, and also has sometimes spicier subject than I do. So here's your warning in case you might be uncomfortable with either of those. Here's a shout out in case it doesn't take you with us. This is where we're going. And you guys know the time. I hope you have a good time. Okay, so have a good time, so see you next time.